Thank you.
What is remaining on the portal, you can clear it when you arrive.
I have already done it.
Oh, you have already done?
Yes.
Okay, we wish you all the best.
Thank you, madam.
So when we see you offline, we'll know you are on or you are airborne.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Members, we need to start. I have already projected who is starting in regards to the people who first sent me are the ones who are on the list. Let me bring it back. So that is the way we want to present. Madam Wainaina, you are there. Mwangi, Nelly, Njoroge, on and on. Whoever is not there, we jump them on the queue. So, Madam Ann Njoroge, don't be worried, you are number 10. If somebody is not in, you present so that we take advantage of those in the room. Okay, so that being said, Madam Paris, you sent me 2 presentations. Are they the same? Paris Wainaina. Paris, are you in? Okay, if Paris is not in, and I'm not seeing Stanley. Can we get somebody else? Nelly, have you logged in?
But can I present maybe 20 minutes receiving?
Okay, that's in order. That's Nelly. Kemboy, are you ready? Or Anjoroge? Anyone who is in, we start.
I think I'm ready, Madam Jackie.
Yeah, Kemboy, then you can start. Madam Joroge, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, after Kemboy, you, then Nelly.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And we said yesterday, you will show your face either as you introduce your topic or as you end, so that we see the presenter's face.
That's well noted.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have the rights to present?
Yes.
Okay.
You can also present Kemboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we are seeing your files.
Sorry.
So you can open the one you are presenting.
Can you be able to see the session plan?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. I think let's start with the section plan before now the presentation. And the topic which I choose is the value for money in county projects. And the session goal is how to applying value for money techniques in project evaluation. Session objectives were definition of what was value for money, and then identification of the 4 E's of value for money, and then outline the importance of value for money. The length of the session will be 20 minutes, and key points of the session will be definition, importance of value for money, and the 4 E's in value for money, and challenges of value for money, and conclusion. Learning outcomes will be formulate projects based on value for money criteria, evaluate projects using the 4 E's, and award projects based on value for money. The scenario is a Suffolk County has been grappling with compliance issues, especially on management of their projects. The big question raised is that all of their project does not meet value for money criteria, and that public resources are not being prudently utilized in an effective manner. In view of that, the Chief of Staff have organized value for money training, targeting accounting officers, project managers, and implementers. As a PFM consultant, I have been tasked to conduct a 20-minute in-house sensitization training, which will be followed by a comprehensive one-week training in Mombasa. The objective of the training will be understanding what is value for money, identification of the 4 E's in value for money, the importance and the challenges of value for money. By the end of the training, the participants should be able to formulate, evaluate, and award projects based on value for money criteria. During the training, the participants are expected to use the mobile phones and laptop as learning aids. The course is delivered using PowerPoint presentation via internet on Microsoft Teams. Don't know, Madam Jackie, I go straight first of all to the PowerPoint and then critique later?
Yes, we will present, then we'll critique.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kimbo, you have 15 minutes for your presentation.
I will manage, thank you.
And I will request Anjoroge, are you there? You can be his timekeeper. At 10 minutes, you tell him he's having 5 more. Anne, are you there? Bogwa, Luke, are you there? You are our timekeeper yesterday.
I'm there, madam.
Okay, thank you. You can do it for Kemboi, please.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Kemboi, then you can begin.
Thank you. Now begin the PowerPoint presentation. I hope you can be able to see the slides.
Yes, we want that's okay. Slideshow, it's okay.
Yes. Thank you. And our session objective, as you're saying, you are going to define what is value for money and then identify the 4 E's of value for money and the importance of value for money. And the learning outcomes, we have said at the end of the presentation, we need those now project managers and the accounting officers to be able to formulate projects based on that, evaluate projects, and award those projects based on value for money criteria. Definition of value for money is an audit, is an independent and objective examination of whether government undertakings, systems, operation, programs, activities, or operation are operating in accordance with the principles of the 4 E's, which we are going to look shortly: economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and equity, and whether there is room for improvement. And the value for money concept, let's look at now the 4 E's. We have the economy, we have the efficiency, we have the effectiveness, and now lastly equity. And even people now are coming up with another one, the issue of environmental. Now people are saying every day we need to go green. Economy relate to When you say economy in our projects or in the county projects, for them now saying spending less. The kind of money you have, the projects, how much have you spent? You can have years a building, you have built a building as a county government or as an entity, you have built a building of 50 million, or the case you had the case of the wheelbarrow. Is it worth that wheelbarrow of 100,000? Is it worth that 100,000? Yes, there are wheelbarrows of 100,000, but that one which you have bought, is it worth that project? Is it worth 200 million, 300 million? So in economy, we're saying spending less. And it's a function of quality of inputs in their selection, delivery, and feedback upon receipt. So in economy, we look at what these inputs you use, or in the process of getting those inputs. Could have built that, but the inputs you have used in terms of selection, delivery, they have really exaggerated all of them. Yes, you have gotten a house, you have gotten a building, an hospital, but the input you have used, a lot of them. So in economy, you say you need to spend less, and you look at the quality of those, the inputs, where in terms of delivery, and even in terms of feedback upon receiving. That's why there is inspection and acceptance. The second one is efficiency, and efficiency again, we say spending, we spend well. That is, we maximize outputs for a given level, of inputs. For us to be saying efficiency in terms of time, even the time. For example, a good example is time. Also, time comes in here in terms of efficiency. Yes, you have completed that building, but how long have you done it? So we look at input-output relationship. So the bottom line is we maximize our outputs for a given level, of inputs. And key question to consider is how many activities and outputs do you expect to deliver for a given level of resources? Have you managed to deliver them in a timely manner in line with output indicators and the expected targets while responding to contextual changes? Third one, the third E is effectiveness, that is spending wisely. And this one now relates to what was the objective. You have heard people now saying a road was built nowhere. All of a sudden there is a road somewhere. Was it necessary? What was the purpose of that road? Or even now an hospital has been built, but you have heard people saying at the moment we don't need this facility. What is of importance to us is an hospital. We don't need a school. Maybe even in terms of we don't need a school at this moment, or don't need a market. What there is need of a market, and yet there even no goods to be traded there. So effectiveness led to spending wisely in terms of the expected of to achieve the desired outcome. In terms of, is it an hospital that is required of importance? Is it a borehole? There's even a time of people of Turkana says you have brought us medicine, but at the moment even water is a challenge. We don't have water, so give us water before even we die. Why you construct an hospital? And yet the very important need of us is a borehole. You need the water at the moment. So in effectiveness, we say spending wisely in terms of desired outcome of the project. Then the last four is equity, that is spending fairly. Again, this is related to our politicians. If you look at the county development projects in terms of their projects, sometimes these projects are skewed where the governor is coming from, where the MCA is coming from, but is that so in terms of spending, again, need to be spent fairly, and that's why the issue of public participation are there. And how do you measure this value for money? So there are some tools we use to measure it. We have stakeholder involvement at concept level. That's why public participation is key. It's anchored in the constitution. We have public participation, the PFM. Public participation is very key. And a good example, county government, whereby public participation, they were number one, Makueni County. There is no project which is initiated in Makueni County which has not undertaken public participation. Comprehensive budgets, nowadays we say public program-based budgets, which have input and output indicators. We use that again so that you can know whether we are on the right track. Budget variance analysis, and again, as a requirement nowadays, anything above 10%, a budget variance of 10% should be explained why, either over or under. Surveys or feedback again, and then we have benchmarking. Can benchmark You constructed an hospital. How was it? Why is it that our hospital you have used 500 million and yet you has used 300 million? What you did well or what is the problem? So benchmark again is key. And then the last one is value for money audits or independent assessment, which again to ensure that we achieve the 4 E's you have said. Then why do we undertake this value for money? Remember again is a requirement. Say the constitution is anchored that when you are spending public funds, you need to be spending in a prudent manner, in an effective manner. So it's a compliance issue. You need to comply with the Constitution 2010, you need to comply with the Public Finance Management of 2012, and then Public Procurement Disposal Act. And then again, public, of course, the current public we are dealing is very skeptical. They know their rights. They know that this money, they know that people have eaten some money. Again, public trust are diminished, greater awareness from the public. The public we are dealing is very aware. They are aware that there is a budget, which is supposed, there is a money meant for the road, there is a money meant for the hospital. And then, of course, why limited financial resources with very competing needs. So that's why we say we need to spend wisely. We need to prioritize in terms of our projects. And then, of course, there is the issue of the corruption, business failures, and then, of course, conflict of interest. Challenges in the public sector, where you have sometimes this, you don't achieve the value for money in our projects in the public sector, is that the public good problem, not always to value a public in terms of value for money for public good, because in terms of the cost, sometimes you look at different measures. For example, now you have said water, people really need water. Sometimes again, you may not look at the cost in terms of the cost, you may not look at all those issues, you may look at what is necessary, what is the necessity at the moment. Like now the issue of the kasi kwa vijana or the money we are getting for the elderly. They may not be any good that we derive from that. But at the end of the day is that as a government, sometimes we look beyond that. Because again, in government, you don't say we are making any profit or the bottom line is not the surplus. The issue is that economic good. What is this objective that you want to achieve? Again, another challenge is that sometimes you have multiple stakeholders with different and unclear expectation, complicate again the measurement of value for money. Because you have different stakeholders. For example, you have seen in a county government, many stakeholders, different stakeholders, sometimes you may not, all of them. Some of them could say we need an hospital, some of them will say we need a road. So sometimes again, you may not, because of the competing needs, we may not able to satisfy all these stakeholders, and yet the budget and yet the money we have is very little. And then very important, because you are saying this as a sensitization training for accounting officers and the project managers, again, it's very important to know their role. And one of the very clear role is that they need to ensure that there is a policy. There is a policy that promotes sustainability, high ethical standards, and best practice. That should be the first guiding point, that there is a policy inherent in the place. And then, of course, again, the procurement function, because all these needs to be undertaken through a procurement function. Though, again, the procurement function should be managed by competent and professional qualified persons. These accounting officers need to know that at the county level. And then procurement plan should be there and should be approved and should be aligned to their budgets. And also periodically review M&E. Again, as a challenge, most of the government entities, not only county governments, the issue of NME is a challenge, so it should be very clear M&E, which should be done, especially on a quarterly basis, as per the project implementation plans. Lastly, again, very key is that record keeping should be key. All records should be kept, and those disciplinary action should be taken for those officers who are found culpable, who they found maybe they are not being ethical, or sometimes because of the conflict of interest. And in conclusion, so that now I can leave room for critique, another suggestion is that it has been said, and it's rightly so, that whatever gets measured gets done. What does not get measured does not get done. So again, if you don't know what value is, you may not realize it when or if you achieve it. This calls for proper specification and desired output impact from the outset of any project cost item to ensure that the same is achieved as planned. the stakeholders' participation is paramount to ensure value for money. So as I finish, as you said, all of us, if you are a government entity, is what is called requisition. And when you are doing requisition, if you need a pen, if you need a car, you need to specify. If you need an hospital road, you need to specify what kind of a project you are doing, what kind of the project. That's very key. What kind of a car you need. It could be a different car in terms of if you need a pickup because you need to carry some things. You need a specific specification, a laptop, a computer. So value for money starts from us, the users, in terms of specification. So that now the project managers or the people now implementers will not just give you anything, because this is what you have said in your specification, that now if you need a training, this is a training, you need to be in Mombasa, the kind of facility you need, the ambience, the kind of ambience is there. So that's very key. So that now when that's where now we'll see whether you have had people saying there was no value for money in that training, there was no value for money in this activity. Why? Because initially this was your expectation, what they met. So very key in value for money also in our projects. Specification from the users. They really need to decide that this is the kind of facility we need, this is the kind of equipment we need, and then indeed that's why there is inspection acceptance. When you brought in board, is it serving the way this is what we wanted? We wanted a Prado, but you have gotten a double cabin. Yes, we say we didn't want a Prado. A car is not just a car. You need to specify that. We needed a specific four-wheeler sub. That's very, very important. As I conclude, I think that's my conclusion. Thank you. I welcome now your comments and critiques. Thank you, Madam Jacqueline.
Thank you so much, Kemboy, for your presentation. It was easy to understand and you have maintained the time. I didn't get to hear Mr. Bugwa say you are 5 minutes remaining. So team, let's utilize that time and give Kemboy feedback. What did you like about the presentation? If you have any questions, areas he should improve. Okay, we need to give him feedback. Were you in class or you logged off? You didn't like anything, or you didn't? You are not listening. Ongeri, I see your mic is on. Okay, then if you are not speaking today, then let me give my comments. Kemboi, your presentation was well done. I also liked that you had your session plan presented before the presentation. What I liked about your presentation was it looked like a very difficult topic, yet you made it so easy because it's about value for money in relation to county projects. What I found that this is an area your mastery is in. You are very eloquent in terms of your voice projection. It's powerful. And what I would say is that you have almost become the pro now. The only thing I need you to think through is, you see, you in your objectives, the third one, that outline, it looks like it's low when you outline after you have identified. Maybe you could use the verb discuss so that we discuss the importance. The other thing you need to do is also engage the participants, make your presentation interactive, provoke. Call somebody maybe who is, you see their name here, just ask them for, just pose a question. You find now people pay attention. And I feel like it was well done in terms of also your PowerPoint, your fonts and your background were good. The thing you need to know is that when you present everything at once, all the points, sometimes the trainees are not now paying attention. So you need to present one point at a time. However, Kemboi, I am impressed that you are not a facilitator and you are doing so well. I think you need to join this bandwagon permanently.
Thank you, Madam Jackie. I think I really agree. I didn't involve the participant or the trainees. Maybe I was worried because of the time, but thank you. Well noted.
I knew that was what you were rushing towards. Okay, so then thanks for, if you have any feedback, kindly can you put it on the chat and put Kemboi and then he'll read. Otherwise, if we don't give feedback, then it means we are not helping each other. And Njoroge, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, I continue.
Kemboi, before you pick the session, Kemboi, we didn't see your face. Can the trainees
okay.
see their trainer?
I'll put my camera on.
I can't see you. Okay, I know how you look like, but the others I have no idea. Have you activated your camera? Your mic is on, but not your camera.
My camera, I'll put it on. Why is it responding? But I'll put it on camera also.
Okay, when we get there, I'll tell you we've seen you. But as yet, not yet. It's okay. We will ask you to show us your face when your camera maybe is able to obey the commands.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning. Yeah, there is Kemboi. So you should wave to us so that we know that's you. Okay. So thank you, Kemboi. Madam Njoroge, this is your time. Kindly take over. You can say hi, and then if you want, you can disconnect your camera. No problem. We've seen you, Madam Njoroge.
Okay, my topic today is about the area that I cover. Today we are going to discuss about the hair that grows in human being. First, we are going to define the term hair. Hair is, Madam Jackie, I cannot see. I cannot see the projections. Hello.
Madam Njoroge, next to the icon of the microphone, there is an arrow that points up. That's the one you use to allow you to present. A small arrow inside a square next to the icon of the microphone.
Mm-hmm.
Are you on a laptop or a computer?
I'm using a phone, my phone.
Your phone may not help you. Can you email it to me?
I had I had sent you yesterday.
Oh yeah. I've remembered. Let me open it now. Sorry, I'd forgotten.
Okay.
And you sent me to which one should I present, the second or the first?
I had sent one. The one. The heading is TOT simulation by Ann Wajiko Joroge, Laikipia County.
You sent to which, KSG or my other email?
Jacqueline.wajangi@ksg.
Send it again. It's not in my inbox. And don't put a C. It has no C.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's a C.
Okay. May I excuse who is next? Then
Okay.
I.
No problem. No problem. Madam Nelly, are you there? You had requested. Can I project yours?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Anne, when you send, then I'll project it.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Kindly speak up.
Okay, this Nelly Kichamu. Am I? Hello.
Yes, hello.
Just increase your voice, Nelly.
My voice is up. I'm Nelly Kichamu, and I'm going to present my simulation. So this was a training that was organized for lead farmers who are dairy farmers, and it was to enable lead dairy farmers to acquire skills on propagation of napier grass, desmodium mixture, and appreciate its importance as livestock feed, soil fertilization, and biopest and weed control. So the objectives of this training was to explain the importance of dairy, of desmodium and napier grass mixture to dairy farmers. Two, to describe how to establish desmodium and napier grass. Okay, introduction. Growing of legumes with grasses act as a source of nitrogen fixing fertilizer to the soil. It provides room to another source of nitrogen fixing and ability for legume components. The mixture of these two crops in the farm acts as a for example, tropical legumes often have higher digestibility than tropical grasses. That's why we encourage farmers to plant these two crops for livestock feeds. According to conservative estimates, indicates that association of these two crops fixed 100 to 200 kg nitrogen per hectare per year. And while doing this, they also improve soil fertility as well. The combination of grass legume mixture is a climate smart technology, which is good for soil mitigation, greenhouse gas emission, and improved feed utilization efficiency. Next slide, please. So we want to know the benefits of desmodium napier grass mixture in the farm. Maybe one of us can tell us the benefits, please. Wangagi, can you remove the slide, please? Can anyone tell us the benefits of desmodium? Terry, please, can you tell us the benefits of this desmodium the soil. Paris, are you there? Ongeri, can you please give us one benefit of desmodium mixture? Ongeri, are you with us? Okay, if anyone busy, let us continue.
Let me try, Nelly, maybe to increase the fertility of the soil.
Another one. Victor, can you give us the medicine of desmodium mixture? Victor? Okay, thank you. We have heard that one of the benefits is to improve soil nitrogen fixation and increase the soil organic matter. It also improves soil aeration and soil water retention capacity. As you know, desmodium is a nitrogen plant. They fix that nitrogen to the soil, and also when their leaves fall on the ground, they increase organic matter to the soil. Desmodium has been used as a biological control method stubborn weeds like striga weeds. There are so many projects that have been using desmodium on push and pull strategy to control weeds, especially on maize and control of maize stem borer in maize fields under the push and pull technology. I know most of you know those projects, the push and pull technology of desmodium. Another benefit is use of desmodium as a technology to improve dairy production is appropriate under integrated smallholder crop livestock production system. This technology is good, especially for smallholder, because it improves the texture of the soil. It just needs a small place. You can incorporate it with the napier grass as you feed your animals. So, yeah, applicable for smallholder farms. Next slide, please. Okay, we now, after knowing the benefits of desmodium napier grass mixture, now we want to see how we can establish these crops in our fields. Maybe if I can ask one of you, how do we establish desmodium napier grass mixture in our fields? Mercy, can you please put this? Mercy, are you there? How do we establish this napier grass? Really? So, yes. Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, please. Mercy, are you
Pardon the
on?
question. I think, am I the one
How?
having the network issue or I'm
Okay,
hearing some mixing?
we were talking of growing
Good
napier
news.
grass and desmodium mixture. So I just wanted to know how do we establish it in the farms? Have you got
Hello.
the question? Yes.
Nelly, we can't hear you very clearly. We are
I'm
struggling
hearing
even more.
the mixing.
Oh, my
I
network
can't
is
hear you well.
my network. I was asking, how do we establish this napier grass desmodium mixture in the farms? The establishment process, how do we plant them? Sorry? Jacqueline, are you getting me? Hello?
What's your question?
How do we plant this napier grass desmodium in the fields? Maybe one of us can tell us. My network is not. Okay, maybe let's continue then. So how do we establish these plants in the field? It can be either through pure stand or a mixture. As you can see in the photos there, we have, Madam, can you go to slide 5, please? Slide 5. Slide 5. Establishment of this. Back.
One?
No, the other one, next up. Up, go up. Go back. Yes. So it can either be established as a pure stand or as a mixture of desmodium and napier grass. As you can see from the first photo there, it shows a pure stand desmodium established. Then the second picture down there is a mixture of desmodium and napier grass. So it's recommended to interplant desmodium with napier grass under smallholder farmers. Because these smallholder farmers, their lands are too small, so we cannot advise them to plant differently. Instead, we encourage them to mix them in one area of land. And due to its suitability as a cut and carry forage, it's advisable to plant together. So when they are cutting, they mix them together and feed to their animals. Desmodium Desmodium planted in Australia with napier grass persists for over 5 years. If these desmodium are mixed together, they can continue for 5 years without planting other seeds. Okay, can we move to the next slide? Now let's see how we prepare this land for desmodium. Because the desmodium seeds are too tiny, the land preparation should be very fine to enable these seeds to germinate well. So you have to do the first plowing and then do the harrowing twice for you to get a fine till. Next slide, please. So before planting this desmodium, because the seeds are too tiny, we have to inoculate them. And the simplest way we can inoculate this desmodium is by mixing it with just the normal soil. You can see from the pictures down there, these people are mixing the desmodium seeds with the soil so that they don't congest at one place, they spread apart. Now, how to establish? You have to drill a furrow 2.5 centimeter deep, space at 45 centimeter by drill. You can see those people drilling 2.5 centimeter deep and wide of 45 centimeter. Then after that, you have to cover it slightly with soil. Then you wait for the desmodium to germinate and grow up to 2 leaves. Then after that, you have to introduce in your napier grass. For the napier grass, just use the cutting with 3 modes. Insert into the soil, then cover it. Then plant the stem in every alternate desmodium row. One row is desmodium, then you put your napier grass. So I think all of you have understood, unless there's any question from there. Any question? Any question, please? Or
Thank you. Thank you, Nelly. Maybe I was just asking, the target group of the training is who?
Okay, the target group are the dairy farmers. We call them lead farmers, those who are early implementers, and they keep dairy animals. So we have to keep them and bring them to this training so that they can go and train other laggards. Those are small animals. So the target group is the dairy farmers. Smallholder dairy farmers.
Okay, thank you.
Another question? Any other question or clarification, please? No question? Okay, thank you. Madam Jacqueline, back to you.
Okay. So that is Madam Nelly Kichamu's presentation. Can we give her feedback kindly? What did you like about the presentation? What should she improve? That's what we are asking. And if you have a question, please raise it. A question to her presentation.
Thank you, Madam Jacqueline.
Yes.
My apologies for logging in a little bit late. I would like to ask Madam Nelly, what was her training gap?
Okay,
Sorry?
Madam Kichamu, what was your training gap?
Okay, my training gap was I was dealing with the dairy farmers. So what we found out that is they just feed their animals with one type of food, which was just the normal grass. And we found that this is not balanced for the animals. So we thought that if we can teach them on this, the smodium napier grass, they will have a balanced food that is carbohydrates and proteins. So that was the gap.
Okay,
Yeah.
I hope you have understood.
Yes, yes.
Gap. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Nelly. I think I like the presentation, the background. The background was good.
Thank you.
And also the introduction part of it, I think it was good. But also I didn't see the learning outcomes.
Okay, the learning outcomes. The learning outcomes was to help to enable these lead farmers to acquire skills on how they can propagate this napier grass. So it was just skill acquiring. Then the next is to implement.
Madam Nelly, what you have just told us sounds like a training objective, not an outcome.
Okay, outcome is implementation of what they have been taught. To have enough, to have a mixture of desmodium napier grass feed for their animals. Is it okay for you?
Okay. If other feedbacks and or questions, clarifications? What should she improve? If you don't want to tell her what was good about her presentation, what should she improve?
Madam Nelly?
Yes.
Please check your slides for spelling mistakes. I spotted one.
Thank you. I look on that.
Other feedback, we need to give feedback. What should she improve or what did you like? Okay, Madam Nelly, let me give you my feedback. Your presentation was well thought through. I like that you engaged the use of a visual aid in your presentation. Your voice was audible. The challenge you have is some noise at your end. I don't know, maybe because of your environment or your technology. However, the presentation now was we knowing the gap and the target group, now it makes sense. However, I would say that you being the expert in this area, it's usually a challenge we have if you are an expert in an area. You usually, your entry tends to be high. I guess what you could have started with is introducing just desmodium alone and maybe even try and explain it in a local what do we call it, locally in certain communities or something like that. Because finally now is when I'm realizing desmonium could be also something like a napier grass. Is that what you said finally? So for us, I guess, as we were going on, we as your participants, we were not sure whether desmodium was napier or was it grass. Even as we looked at your pictures, we were trying to think through, and we are not close to ask each other, what do you call that in your local language? That's something you could start with. So you start first with introducing the desmodium. What do you call it? Ask people, have you ever had this name? And then people will now start relating it from their end. Now you have like a buy-in, so that by the time now you come to ask us the benefits, now we will be knowing what it does. What I like is that your target group and your content is rich. And I like that after we have cornered you to give us an outcome, you have improved the objective to a learning outcome. Because at the end of the day, you need to know, once this training is done, what do you want the participants to go and do? You are trainees. And you have now said you want them to go and implement the growing of the two within their farms. Ultimately, what you want to do is also improve the production of their farming in terms of profitability. So I want to say that your PowerPoint slides were good. Imagine you could balance the photos and the content together and nothing is overlapping each other. Those small things are just what you need to improve on. And I like that you even engaged participants, asking them, and I like sometimes they didn't know what to tell you and immediately you responded by moving on. So thank you for all that preparation. Remember, we said that whenever you present for 1 hour, there are 5 hours that have been done research behind the scenes, and that's what you're finding, that you've worked so hard, and what you now present, sometimes you feel you have not given it your best. But I like that so far we are learning about now the growing of the napier. And before you was Kemboy with the value for money in relation to projects. So thank you so much for the two presenters presenting. Madam Anne, can I get your presentation?
Okay, I have sent through your email.
The one I forwarded you.
I've sent again, yeah, the one that you have forwarded me.
Anjani, how are you?
Madam Anne, your presentation is in Word, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There it is.
Okay, I'm Madam Anne Wajiko Joroge from Tigivi Vocational Training Center in Laikipia County. Our topic today is about hair. It is my area. We are going to start by defining the term hair. Hair is a filament that is found growing on the scalp. Okay, we have some types of hair. We have like lanugo hair. This is the fine downy hair covering the body of the fetus, the baby when it is born. We have vellus hair. This is the second hair after the lanugo. after when the baby is born, then there is a time when the ranugo we don't have the ranugo. Now we have the velas. It remains throughout the life. Like the hair we have now, it is velas here. Its growth rate is very slow. We have terminal hair. This is coarse hair that covers the scalp. Okay, we have it in our eyebrows. We have it in our lashes, ear, inside our ear. We have it inside our nose, under the arm, pubic areas, chest, in some men, and the face in men. Note that hair not subjected to chemical processes. Okay, in ladies, some ladies use chemical relaxers. They apply those chemicals on their hair. The hair that is not subjected to those chemicals, that one is called virgin hair. We have ethnic hair groups. Okay, Madam Jackie. Madam Jackie? Yeah, okay. We have ethnic groups. We have ethnic groups in our hair. There is Caucasian, loosely waved or straight hair. We have African Caribbean, right curly or wavy hair, e.g., like in Somalians, their hair is African Caribbean. We have Asian hair, Asian ethnic hair groups, normal coarse, straight or straight hair. Okay, we have the hair has its characteristics, like the texture of the hair. It's the characteristics of, it is a characteristic texture, how coarse. Some people have a coarse hair. This one is influenced by each individual strand. We have the elasticity. Elasticity is the ability of hair to stretch. Some hair are very weak. When you stretch it, it breaks. So that is the elasticity. We have the porosity. This is the rate at which hair absorbs liquid. If you look in some hair are very dry. That is the porosity. We have the density. The density is the measurement of number of hair per square inch in the scalp. Now, I want us to look at the formation of hair in our scalp. The hair follicle grows from an identification of the epidermis into the dermis. Okay, we have in this formation, we have some stages in hair growth. We have anagen. Okay, before I continue, any question from there? Any question? Okay, let's continue if there is no question. Okay, we have the stages in the formation of hair growth. We have one stage is anagen. In this stage, in this stage of anagen, this is a growing stage. When the hair grows, this stage lasts for 2 to 7 years. We have another stage, catagen. This is the end of growing period. Okay, in some ages, we find that the hair does not grow. This is catagen stage. We also have another stage called telogen. This is resting stage. Okay, in human being, you find in some stages your hair does not grow. In ladies, does not grow. It is I can call it is stagnant. That stage is called telogen. It can last for 3 months. Anagen. We have another stage, anagen stage. This is a growing stage. It grows approximately 1.25 centimeter per month. The hair grows approximately 1.2 centimeter per month. Okay, in hair growth, we have the factors that affects it. Because you can see in some people, they have very long hair. Some others, their hair does not grow very long. There are factors that affect that growth. There is diet. There is diet. Food rich in vitamin A, food rich in vitamin B, C, and proteins. They help in growth of our hair. There is also hereditary influences. Some people inherit these factors from their parents. You get like, if my mother has or my father has long hair, his or her hair grows very long, and I can inherit that. There is also age. In some ages, you get that hair does not grow, like I have said earlier. There is also climate. Weather climates lead to fast growth. Okay, like in Mombasa, the climate there is very warm. You can find that the hair grows very fast because of that climate. There is also another factor that affect hair growth, health. Okay, stress can lead to slow growth. Stress can lead to slow growth, and so we have to manage our stresses to avoid the loss of hair. Stresses also leads to loss of hair. I think my presentation is up to there. Any question from there? Any questions?
Yes, Madam Anne.
Yes.
With Jacqueline's permission, may I ask Anne a few things?
Okay.
Madam
That's
Anne,
okay.
Madam Anne, what's your training gap?
Yes.
What's your training gap, and what are your training objectives, as well as the outcomes?
Okay, my objectives in this area is to make by the end of this, everybody should have known how the hair grows, and also how the stages that hair grows and the types of hair. Is it well answered?
How many objectives do you have? How many objectives do you have therefore?
Okay, we have more than 10 objectives.
No, for this training.
Yeah. Yes.
How many objectives do you have for us?
Okay. Session? For you. Okay. I just wanted to by the end of this, everybody should have known how the hair grows, and also how to maintain it, the types of hair, because this is an area where most of people doesn't know it very much. Okay, and also you should know the ethnic hair groups. Is it well answered?
I hear you, Anne. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, team, let's give Anne our feedback kindly. What did you like about the presentation? What should she improve? What questions or clarifications do you have?
Madam Anne.
Yes.
When you're doing presentations, it's preferable that you use PowerPoint, the slides.
Okay.
So we can improve on that.
Okay, thank you.
You can also incorporate the use of images in
Okay.
your
Yeah.
slides.
Thank you.
When you're
Yeah.
talking about types of hair, I need to see the various types of hair so I can
Yes.
know
Yes.
what type
Yeah.
of my hair,
Yeah.
which category my
Yeah.
hair falls into.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
Give Anne feedback kindly, team. Thank you so much, Daktari. Okay. Ongeri, are you on the floor? Okay, if no one else is contributing, let me give my feedback. And this is an area that's your speciality.
Yeah.
One of the things has been said is that it's an area you are good in. You need to let us as your trainees to be able to understand. One of the things you also need to identify who is your target group.
Okay.
Because your target group will determine many other things, because it's what will determine the way you design your program. In addition to that, you need to also come up with your objectives, as you have been asked what are the objectives. You cannot say everybody generically. I already shared a Bloom's taxonomy, which is supposed to be used to derive your objectives for the session, and not only now, even now henceforth. Because it's from there that now you determine how will you then measure the level to which the learning has taken place. By the time we are evaluating even you, how will you know that we have understood? Now, I like your topic. It read that the topic was Introduction to Hair Development. What you needed to do is, when you are concluding, tie all these textures, factors, and conclude and say, for hair to grow healthy, this is something, so that you just don't end at the factors. Your presentation didn't tie the loose ends. And again, as we have seen, when you do it in Word, it's not a presentation software. So you need to put it in PowerPoint. And if you use the images, it shall be improved. However, I like that at the end of the day, you have been receiving the feedback effectively, so that we need to know when you are addressing this need, do you have the right target group? Your content is rich. You need to tie it to the objectives, the outcomes. But I know that you work under is it the hair? Which department are you?
Hairdressing and beauty therapy.
Yes, that is the long word I couldn't put in my mouth. Now we know.
Okay.
And you know it's a contemporary issue. Both men and women have hair issues. Either too much or too less. And you know, for women, that's an area we can talk with you the whole day. So thank you for your time, for the boldness to share what you have in whichever form. We are here to learn.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I want one more person to present, then we take a break. One more.
Can I present?
Yes, Ongeri.
Yeah. Let me try to present it to project myself. If I don't get there, then Jacqueline will present for me, because I sent you my presentation yesterday.
Okay.
So good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My names are Yusuf Ongeri. I'm a trainer and also a manager at the Nanyuki Vocational Training Center. Yeah, I would also like now to take this opportunity to give my presentation. My training need or training gap was use of ICT technologies and blended learning approaches in training. And sorry, let me start from there. Then target group was trainers or instructors of Nanyuki Vocational Training Center.
Pardon me, please.
Are we there?
Not seeing your presentation, sir.
Are we there?
We are not seeing your presentation.
Let me try to do that, to project it again.
Are you seeing the icon next to the mic, small arrow pointing up? Click on that.
Let me do that then.
Then choose your presentation.
Okay. Is it coming?
No.
Then I think, Jackie, you can do it for me because you have my presentation.
I can't access it. I can't access it. I can't see it on my inbox. You sent to KSG or my Gmail?
KSG.
No, it's not on my KSG.
Actually, you even told me you have received it. I don't know.
Just send again.
Okay.
Can I present mine?
Let me log off so that Nani can present.
Okay. Who is this who wants to present?
Paris. Yeah.
Okay. Paris, I received 2 of your presentations. Is it the second one that I should present?
I presented mine yesterday.
Not Motua Wainaina.
Oh, okay.
All are same.
Oh, all are the same. Okay, let me open them. Are there, Madam Paris?
Yes. My presentation is on cattle farming, and I may start with the session outlines, where we have objectives, definition of cattle farming, advantages of cattle farming, methods of cattle grazing, products of cattle, conclusion. Then we have objectives. By the end of this session, you should be able to, 1, explain the meaning of cattle farming. 2, know the advantages of cattle farming. 3, explain the methods of cattle grazing. And 4, products of cattle. Therefore, we have definition of cattle keeping. It is a form of business aimed at raising of cows to be used for various purposes, the most prominent being dairy, beef, and leather. There are 2 types of cattle farming. One is dairy farming, and the second one is beef farming. In dairy farming, this is keeping of cows for production of milk. Example of these cows are Friesian and Jersey. When we come to beef farming, this is keeping of cows for production of meat. Now we have advantages of cattle farming. We have, it's a form of self-employment. Also, it is a source of milk, meat, and leather. It is a source of income to the farmer. The animal waste can be used to enrich the soil. Also, it is a source of employment to our youths. Now we come to methods of cattle grazing, where we have paddocking, zero grazing, strip grazing, and rotational grazing. When we come to product of cattle, I'll go to the previous. Go to the Madam Jacqueline.
The next?
That one.
Madam Paris. Okay.
Yes. Can we get someone to tell us what are the products of cattle? Anyone?
Milk.
Anyone?
Product.
There's milk.
Yes.
There's milk.
Milk. Another one. Bogo, are you in class, please?
Hides and skins.
Thank you again. Can we continue, please? Yes. Are we together?
Yes, we are.
Okay, then can you give me products of cattle if we are together, please? Mercy, is it Mercy Shelley or yeah? Mercy. Can you give one? Hello, colleagues.
Meat.
Thank you. Meat. Another one. So, Madam Jacqueline, can you move to the?
Yeah, we have others, Ferris. We
Okay,
have
you have.
bread. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
We have bread. We have bones. We have tendons. We have meat. There are so many hides, hooves. We have the byproducts.
Okay.
So this one will be determined by the kind of cattle, because now cattle
Yes.
is so general, because we have
Yes.
different kinds. We have sheep and goat.
Yeah.
Or we can just say livestock. Rather than using cattle, we use livestock.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Director. When we look at the picture, can you move, Madam Jacqueline? Yes. On my side, you can see we have ice cream, sports equipment, branches, leather, pharmaceutical, porcelain, confectionery, food, and makeups. Okay, let's proceed. Now we come to conclusion. Cattle farming can be the best agricultural since it, yes, yes. Hello, are you getting me?
Yes,
Madam
we are.
Jacqueline? Yeah. Cattle farming can be the best agriculture since it requires small piece of land, especially on zero grazing. It is also good self-employment since the cattle has many products which are source of income. Any question from you? Any question, please?
What is the difference between paddocking and strip grazing?
Yes, pardon?
What is the difference between paddocking and strip grazing?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
No,
Yes, we
please.
can.
I am interested in knowing the difference between paddocking and strip grazing. The first one and the third one. What is the difference? Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, I can assist. Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? I was willing to assist Madam Ferris.
Somebody needs to mute because they are like in another meeting.
Hello?
Okay, now you can proceed.
Okay. Strip uses of rope to tie the animals. Yes? Hello?
Yes, we've had that one.
And the other one is paddocks, and that is where you define the land into 4. Have I answered the questions?
It's okay.
Hello?
Yes.
I can add up.
Yes.
especially on strip, because there's a colleague who is asking. When you talk of strip grazing, it's where you have a field, then you have movable, in quote, electric fences or just fences, which you can move. Yeah, you move from one point to another. Then you graze at that area. After some times, you move to the next. So this one is mobile. But when it comes to zero grazing is like it's stationary. You divide like your land into portions. Yeah, so there are different portions which is actually permanent, but for strip it's mobile. Back to you.
Then in that case, what would rotational grazing be?
Rotational grazing is when you move just from one area to another. You know, here there are systems. You can categorize them into systems. We have systems of grazing. We have the semi, we have the paddocking. But now the strip is just it's just a method, which is a paddock is a form strip is a form of paddocking.
Okay, what I'm getting is that when you do paddocking, it's like permanent, but the strip is mobile. You can move the boundaries of maybe your land or those fences so that you move within a big area. I think that's what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
Okay. Then that's what doctor is asking. If that is the case, what's the difference then between strip and rotational? Madam Wainaina. Madam Peris Wainaina, are you there?
Yes.
So what will be the difference between rotational and strip?
Hello.
Yes, we are waiting for you to respond to that question, then we give you comments.
Okay, it's okay, although I have network issues, but for now, I think you can.
Yeah, we can hear
Yes.
you.
On my side, I can say rotational is where you put your cattle at one land to another freely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Onditi, I hope your concern has been addressed.
I have noted.
Okay. Can we, any other comment, question, then clarification, then we give her feedback? Let's give Madam Wainaina feedback. Team, let's give her feedback so that we break for a health break.
I think Paris, what I saw was a word presentation, not a PowerPoint presentation. Otherwise,
No, Madam Peris's was a PowerPoint.
PowerPoint. Okay, sorry then.
Yeah. Because hers is what I want to present again. It was this. That was her presentation.
Yeah, it was PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, team, if you are not willing to be generous with your gift of a feedback, let me give Madam Paris feedback. Madam Paris, you did a good job coming up with that PowerPoint presentation. I'm sure you must have sacrificed a lot. I liked your your second last slide was the very best. Those products of cattle, but you were so quick to rush. We wanted to know how does that brush come from that cattle and so on. But that for me was the best slide. There, even if you don't talk, we are able to get the content of your presentation. I also found you had objectives which can be improved. Your second objective that you identified as to know, you need to use one of those Bloom's taxonomy verbs, like you can say you want to identify. Yes. And then the last one on products of cattle, you did not put any verb. We can say we can discuss.
Okay.
Yeah, so that way then you can be able to know, have you discussed, have you explained the methods? And the thing that you now are being forced to do for us is to explain those methods, or what Madam Mutua is saying, systems, yeah. Because you just projected for us from paddocking, zero, strip. There you didn't explain, so it's important to also help people. When you get people asking you questions, it's because they didn't understand. That helps you now to evaluate the level of their comprehension. So I want to thank you for your presentation. I even like you have something similar to what we have about any questions. That is called creativity now at its best. One thing I also saw, you had a spelling mistake in the first slide where you were saying farming, it didn't have an M. And where yes. You also had a grammatical error. You are saying this cattle, and it should be this with an E-S-E. So those small things just are the ones we need to talk about. But so far we are learning. You are also eloquent. This is an area you are good in. I like the way your namesake, the director, is also giving you a boost. It shows that there is a lot of teamwork in your place. So yeah. Keep up so Thank that you. We can be able to improve. What you didn't tell us, who was your target group?
Yes.
Who was your target group?
Farmers who wants to keep cattle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Okay, members, we are halfway down the line. Let's take a break. Kimboy, are you there? You direct us. When should we come back? Eliud, are you there? It's like 11 minutes or 10 minutes to 11. Can we come back at 11:20? Then rest who haven't presented, kindly be alert so that we can be able to ensure that we maximize on the time. Remember, this is our last day. There are certain things we must do. So let's break and come back at 11:20. Take your health break. Oh, Eliud, you're back. We are coming back at 11:20. Okay, enjoy your break. We need to continue. Mr. Ongeri, you are ready. I saw your presentation on. You can start us up.
Let me see if I can project. If I get a problem, then I'll be able to, you can do it for me.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Mbugua, I hope you don't get tired of being our timekeeper.
It's okay now?
Yes, it is okay. Now click on slideshow from beginning. Mr.
Slideshow.
Mbugua, you are in class, you be our timekeeper.
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you.
I want to see with the...
I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Confirm
Mr. Ongeri.
Are the slides appearing to be moving?
Yes, they are moving.
They are moving.
However,
So
you need to click that icon above there, written from beginning.
Oh, from beginning.
Above
Okay.
your slides, yes.
Ah, good. So my name's are Yusuf Ongeri, the trainer, automotive technology. I'm also the manager of Nanyuki Vocational Training Center. And here is my presentation. First of all, I would like to start with the training need. Our training need was use of ICT technologies and blended learning approaches in training. The target group was trainers or instructors of Nanyuki Vocational Training Center. And the goal of this training is improved trainer-trainee learning experience through the use of appropriate digital technologies. Next is objectives. My training objectives were four. One, to define the terms used in digital learning, to identify the types of digital tools utilized in a workshop or classroom learning, discuss the role of ICT technologies in training, appreciate the benefits. Here in the case now, the trainers should be able to appreciate the benefits of ICT-enabled training. Let's move to definition of terms, beginning from there, so that we can understand some of these terms before we go ahead. ICT, let's start with ICT, a very common abbreviation. ICT stands for Information and Communication Technology, or technologies. And what is ICT technologies? ICT technologies refers to the infrastructure and the components that enables modern computing. In this case, in this case, I'm actually referring to those infrastructure and the components that can be used to complement and enrich and transform training. Then the next term is blended learning. What do we understand by the term blended learning? Blended learning can also be referred to as hybrid learning. It is an approach that combines online educational tools and materials, as well as the opportunities for online interaction with the traditional place-based classroom training, the traditional ones where the teacher stands in front of the class, and of course the students are seated there. And then there's now the face-to-face interaction. That has been the traditional methods of classroom interaction. But now when we now combine the educational tools, the digital tools, and the materials to enhance learning is actually what we refer to as blended learning. Then the next one is e-learning. Those are the basic terms that we are all aware of. E-learning is also referred to as online learning, and actually it refers to the learning conducted through electronic media on the internet, through the internet. It is also a learning, in other words, it's a learning that is conducted through a formalized setting with the assistance of digital resources. And in this case, the digital resources may include computers, that's desktop computers, laptops, iPhones, and of course, together with the internet, they form the major components of e-learning. Then the next thing there is types of digital tools used in e-learning. Digital tools are the infrastructures generally, like what we have already mentioned, the laptops, the printers, the scanners, the phones, that's mobile phones, then audio players, projector devices such as LCD projectors and interactive screens. All these combined are actually referred to as digital or ICT tools. They also include software programs. Such as word processors, spreadsheets, web browsers, and the graphic softwares. Now let's move. First of all, before I proceed to the roles of ICT technologies in training, probably I may want to hear any question or a comment from the floor. Anybody? Or am I moving very fast?
No, you are okay.
Yes, you're okay.
So let's move to the next step. Then the next step is now the role of ICT technologies in training. First of all, let us understand that ICT as an educational tool can enrich the trainer-trainee learning experience. It's actually a transformation tool, and it has been able to, if used appropriately, it's able to transform the way the teacher and the learner interact in a training environment. Secondly, it encourages collaboration. Collaboration in the sense that it provides opportunities for active discussion and communication among trainees in the classroom setting. It can also promote that interaction, discussion, and communication between the trainer and the trainee. By the virtue that these tools are able to enable collaboration between the trainer and the learner, that's really the key role of ICT technologies when carrying out training. The next role is it motivates learners. It's meant to motivate learners. Unlike the traditional methods of classroom discussion, which has been very monotonous, where the teacher has to stand in front with chalk and a blackboard or a whiteboard and a marker pen, and then the students with their books in front, seated, trying to write notes, listening to the teacher and all that. That one, we understand that one's the traditional methods of classroom instruction. But when we now blend it with use of appropriate ICT technologies, then you can imagine this thing is able to motivate the learners. The young people generally, we have to understand, are people that are fascinated with new technologies, and hence, when we try to utilize these technologies and combine it with the traditional methods of training or learning, definitely what we expect from there is we encourage, we motivate the learners, and then the attention span. You know, when the attention span generally tends to, as times move on in a classroom setting, the attention span of the learners tend to shorten. And therefore, when you blend, as we said, blend with the training with ICT, by use of ICT technologies, definitely the students get excited, motivated, and therefore training becomes more effective. Another role of training, of use of ICT or digital technologies training, is that it enhances instructor-learners interaction, especially when we use motion pictures and animations during instructions. It makes training more exciting, more effective. Yeah, because you realize when, for instance, let me give an example. When I'm training motor vehicle technology or motor vehicle technology as a course, I'm trying to explain something like the principles of operation of an internal combustion engine. You know, traditionally what you do is just to describe. If you don't have a model there, so that the learner can be able to see what you're actually saying, then you have to resort to writing notes and trying to explain how an internal combustion actually looks like in a classroom setting. Usually it's very difficult. But when you use animation, maybe motion pictures, like I can take a motion picture that shows how the pistons, internal combustion, the principles of operation of an internal combustion engine, how the pistons moves in, up and down, probably during the intake stroke, compression stroke, power stroke, and exhaust stroke. You know, when you have motion pictures trying to show exactly what you're talking about, and the learners are there sitting and watching at how the whole thing is working, then by that picture alone, the students are able to analyze and understand the principles or the whole concept of an internal combustion engine. So, and motion pictures cannot be, the importance of motion pictures and animations in a classroom setting cannot be overemphasized, because it's a very important tool, because it makes the students get excited, they become more keen and wanting to learn and understand the concept. And it actually takes a shorter time to understand a concept when you also blend classroom instruction with the use of the appropriate digital tools to be able to drive in a point. And the learners is able to understand very fast if you are trying to explain a certain point. And it is actually a challenge. And this is what has informed the need for training, so that trainers in the institution can now be able to see and appreciate the importance of these tools in classroom instruction. Another role is it improves the professional development and the education management. In other words, I mean the trainees. We understand trainees nowadays are people with a competitive mind. Before you even go to class to go to teach something, because these students, most of them have Android phones, they are able to get even the information. They are even able to learn. They even know the topic you are supposed. They are able to learn what you are going to teach tomorrow beforehand. So they have a competitive mind. Using by that phone alone, they are able to access so many materials, and therefore, it is the responsibility of the trainer to make sure that he stays ahead of the students by acquiring the right knowledge on the subject matter before he engages the learners. And therefore, the digital tools comes in handy, therefore, and it helps actually the instructor to develop himself and progressively learn how to use the tools. For instance, if I now know how to use I don't know why the project, I'm going to projector with my laptop, and the PowerPoint presentation, I can now be able to explain, but still I can go further and use interactive screens, maybe an Android or a smart TV connected to my laptop, and I can now be able to explain a concept from my laptop, projected to a screen, a live screen, and therefore you can now be able, as you take through the learners through that clip, they can now be able to understand as you explain. So the teacher here is, this technology should be able to, enables the trainer to develop professionally and always stay ahead of the learners in terms of classroom experience. Now, another thing is it enables the learner, the trainer, to prepare beforehand the appropriate e-learning materials and to be able to get the required feedback from the learner. Then again, I don't want to confuse this with the benefits or importance of digital tools in classroom learning, because I can see number 6 and 7 are actually the benefits of employing digital tools in classroom or in teacher learner classroom experience. Let me go to the next topic. That's the benefits of ICT enabled training. And I'll go through them very fast. One of them is it serves use of e-learning materials as the following benefits. One, it saves time and the money, in the sense that actually, this is obvious, that one of the most obvious benefits of e-learning is that it can save time and money, because you can now be able to present more content in less time. Then the next one is it leads to better retention span for the students. The students get more excited when they see the teacher employing digital skills, digital tools, trying to in the classroom instruction setting. E-learning makes use of different platforms, and therefore it provides an interactive content. It ensures that trainees go beyond reading the textbooks, and therefore, for instance, when you use an engaging video, then that engaging video, like what I've just talked about, the motion pictures, it's likely to help the learner grasp the content or the key concepts that is involved during the training process. Then another thing there is it provides consistency in learning, meaning that the trainees have the opportunity now, the trainers have the opportunity to provide consistent and organized teaching methodologies. Then the next one is it offers personalization. Here, the trainee has unique learning. Each trainee has unique learning needs, and the e-learning platforms usually offer customized study plans and online study materials, and hence the trainee here now can now be able to study at their own pace, despite their locations. And finally, here another benefits of ICT-enabled training is that you can reach more trainees with the digital tools. It's possible that the trainer can now be able to train more trainees, regardless of their geographical location. And this, I think, is also one of the very important importance or benefits that we derive from using digital skills or employing digital tools while training. In conclusion, using varied and appropriate ICT tools and resources in the dissemination of knowledge and skills enhances the learning experience. It enables the instructor to be more effective in content delivery by providing different discussion and communication opportunities to make learning fun and enjoyable. The role of the trainer here, the role of the trainers in these platforms is to enable the learners participate actively in the teaching learning process. And finally, I'll end this by a quote from Bill Gates that says, technology is just a tool. In terms of getting the learners working together and motivating them, the teacher is always the most important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ongeri, for your presentation. We need to give him feedback. Members, what did you like? What should he improve?
I have a comment.
Yes.
Yeah, I like the way he was composed. Yeah, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm saying he was composed, but I think the timekeeper was, because he gave him enough time. Well, he rushed us.
That is how I also felt. It's okay. Yeah, good feedback. And I'm
Yeah.
seeing Ongeri has left and we are giving feedback. So can we wait he comes back?
So there was no fairness in time management.
I think the health break helped the timekeeper.
Okay. Otherwise it was good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's wait for Ongeri to resume so that he gets the feedback personally. But thank you, Madam Mutwa. The next presenter.
The time taken for us to be able to
Duku Goge.
see your document.
Duku Goge, are you available? Are you ready?
I'm available, madam.
I can project?
Yes.
Okay. by extension. Sawa. Luke Bogwa, now don't favor Goge. Proceed, Mr. Goge.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Yeah. The presenter of the session is Duku Ngoge from Laikipia County. My training need is concrete products, targeting group from a community at Kandutura, whereby there is that self-help group of youth who are trying to come up with the way of consolidating themselves to a certain activity. So I established that there is a gap which needed training and which can help them to improve their lifestyle, because Rumuruti town is a town which is developing in terms of infrastructure. So the concrete product will have a great demand to improve the road networks in Rumuruti township. Next slide, please. Requesting for the next slide. Hi. Okay. As we wait for the next slide.
Next slide.
Madam Jacqueline.
No, Mr.
Madam Jacqueline.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
The timekeeper, Mr. Mbugwa, you would have them to hold on. because I think Madam Jacqueline is having technological challenges. Yeah. So we will have to stop the countdown for the clock as we wait for her to resume.
Okay, Mr. Duku, I have could be a clarification there.
Yes.
Okay, what about the training need? This product, what about it?
Okay, the training need is about making of concrete products, manufacturing of concrete products.
Okay, okay.
Which can be their benefit in terms of they are at demand currently in the locality.
I just wanted to know what about it. So it is making or manufacturing? Okay.
Yeah, making or manufacturing of concrete products. So here, madam, I'm trying to assist the group, the self-help group of the youth, to have an enterprise which may improve their lifestyle as per the construction industry at their locality. It's at high level.
So then that would be your training topic, right?
Yeah.
It seems Madam Jacqueline is having some serious issues. If you could also email me, I can also assist you and present from my end. At least on my end, I have very stable internet and the power is there. If that is okay with you.
Yes.
I am suggesting if you don't have another plan B, you could email me the slides kama uko nazo hapo.
Yes.
I can present. Naweza nika present on your behalf pia hapa.
So the email address. May I have the email address? Okay.
I'm back. Sorry, my network was hanging.
She's back. Thank you. I was trying to take over.
It's good, Daktari. We need the plan B.
Okay. I'm now comfortable. I can see the slides are back. And I would like to continue with the training session. I have highlighted there the goals. The graduates of this training, they are expected to have the skills and knowledge of manufacturing various concrete products, which they can enable them to be either self-competent. Also, they can be competent to work to factories which are manufacturing concrete products. For instance, we have a factory within Rumuruti by the name Nyonjolo Concrete Works. So there is opportunities there for them. They can also have that skills and knowledge to open up personal enterprise, whereby they can have a yard where they can be manufacturing their products, then they get ready for the sales. And we have a ready market for them. So I think the goal will be well achieved. The county government of Laikipia is ready to procure those products. The objectives, the participant should be in a position by the end of the training to classify tools and equipment which are needed for making concrete products. The participants should also be in a position to identify appropriate training, appropriate materials for making a given concrete product. Also be in a position to identify materials for making molds for concrete blocks. Be able to explain the process of making a concrete product, and also how to store concrete products safely. And finally, identify a given type of concrete product. Those are the objectives which are expected to be achieved at the end of the training program. Requesting for the next slide. The content. Now, here now is the climax of the training, the content to be delivered to this group. To start with, all the participants participating in the training program of concrete product making, they should get the understanding of the tools and equipment which are needed for making these products. And a relevant example of these tools which are mandatory for the progress of the training is batching tools. The word batching is a terminology in building work. Batching is measuring, in other words. We have two ways of measuring the building materials. In the terminology, we don't say exactly measuring, but we say bunching. We have two methods of bunching. Bunching by volume, that is by use of containers which are specified at a certain volume. The other method is weigh bunching, whereby you use a weighing machine, whereby you can balance the number of kgs of materials, because we are going to use some ratios when doing batching. For concrete products, the standard ratio is 1:3:4. What do I mean by this ratio? 1 part of cement to 2 parts of crushed dust and 4 parts of ballast. So when we are saying batching, the material we are going to batch is sand, cement, and ballast. Then we have the mixing tools, stroke equipment. After batching these materials, they need to be mixed. Which are these tools are we going to use for mixing these materials? One of the participants on the ground, Mr. Mbogwa, can you brainstorm and give us a relevant mixing tools in this area?
I may suggest we have the concrete mixer. We also have the gauge box. We can also use the commonly used, the ordinary bucket. You can also use ordinary buckets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The class, you may clap for Mr. Bowa for those excellent answers. We have gauge box. Gauge box are boxes made of steel. They can be made of wooden. We have the ordinary buckets, like the buckets which are used for packing the paint, or we can cut this jerrycan for cooking oil. We can use the equipment itself, the concrete mixing machine. Thank you very much. The next content to be understood here is about the appropriate materials for making a given concrete product. The appropriate materials here are water, sand, ballast, cement, lime. Lime is a substitute of cement, which help in binding. Cement is a binding material. Its major role is to bind the materials together. Materials for making molds for a given concrete blocks, because we have to moderate this mix to come up with a mold or with the form of what we want. We can make this mold by use of metal. We fabricate metal to come up with a mold. We can have wood, and also we can use plastic. Let's continue to the next slide. Continuation of the content. Process of making concrete products. For us to come up with the concrete products, there is that process which we need to follow with. The first and the foremost is the selection of materials. The participants should be in a position to select the approved materials for these products. Materials preparations. These materials need to be well prepared. After preparation, that's when we do the batching. Batching is the weighing or measuring of this material using those equipment or the tools we have stated there above. Then we do the mixing. Either we do it manually or we can do by use of an equipment. Then we do now the casting. Casting is that process of placing that green mixture or the fresh mixture to the molds so that they can form the shape of what the product you want. And finally, we do curing. Curing is a terminology which means watering the product so that they can gain strength by placing them under the shade and watering them regularly so that the reaction of cement and the mixture of the other materials to develop consistently for the concrete products to gain strength. Concrete product storage, they should not be stored in an open air. That is directly to the sunlight because it will cause rapid curing, which might develop to cracks. So we are advised curing should be done on shades whereby they don't get a direct sunlight. And also it is necessary to cover them with the materials like fencing sacks so that when watered, they can absorb water consistently at a rate which will be in the possession. Concrete products should be handled with care. Remember, when products are green, the terminology greens means that
Someone's
they
mic is
are
on.
yeah.
Someone mic is on. It's
Okay.
interrupting.
Yeah, sure. Let's someone to mute his or her mic. So green units, what do I mean with the green units? Green units is that fresh product when it's already made before it gains the stress through curing. That's the term we refer concrete as green or fresh concrete. Let's move to the next slide for continuation of the content. Okay, thanks. We are there. Types of concrete products. So I know my students or my participants, they were questioning themselves, what are these concrete products? Now, this is now the page, the climax of the outcome of what is expected. We have various types of concrete products like solid blocks. May I highlight these products, then the next slide will elaborate further what we mean by solid blocks. Solid blocks are building units which are used to construct a wall or walls of a building. Instead of using building stone or quarry stones, you can well use solid blocks. We have hollow blocks, which still work as solid blocks, but they are usually used in construction of walls which are non-road bearing walls. Non-road bearing walls, what we mean is that the walls which do not carry roads, like now the partition walls inside a building. they can be done with horror blocks. We have concrete slabs. The concrete slab, I understand wherever we are stepping on ground. And most of us, I know we are in a building. So the ground you are stepping on, if you're in a building, that is what we are referring as concrete slab. As long as you're in a masonry or a masonette which is built using the building materials, and you might be in a wooden house, still it has a floor. So that mixture of concrete, sand, cement, and ballast casted on the grout, adjacent to the grout, is the one we are referring as concrete slab. And remember, they are of various levels. We have suspended concrete slab and we have the grout concrete slab. Suspended floor slab are used for story buildings. We have permanent vents. If you check the room you are, maybe you can find there is a vent somewhere, either above the window or above the door. We have those openings which are used for ventilations. We have bricks. Bricks are also.
You remain 2 minutes.
Okay. 2 minutes. Okay, that I will catch up with the 2 minutes. We have the window seats. Yes. Mr. Mbogwa?
I'm saying you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah, they are good. I will make it with 2 minutes. We have the window seats. There are those products which are fixed there at the bottom of the windows. We have paving bricks. They are used to put on the pathings or the roads or the car parks. We have louver blocks. They are used especially in construction of garages. They are like windows, but they are made of louvers blocks, mostly done in rooms which are generators are installed, or either a garage where vehicles are being kept. We have the concrete pipes. These are pipes of concrete. We have concrete channels. We have road caps, those caps which are done at the edge of the roads. We have manhole covers and the lintels. As we go to the next slide, as I take the last 1 minute now, you can see now the pictures of solid concrete blocks, the horror blocks, concrete slabs. Let's go to the next slide. We have now the permanent vents. We have the bricks there, window sill are well shown, paving bricks. As we continue, yeah, we have roofers blocks. You can see them, how they are placed. We have the concrete pipes, the concrete channel. We have the road caps, manhole covers. We have the lintels. As we continue, before my minutes ends, conclusion. The training program aims at equipping the group with the knowledge, skills, and attitudes necessary in the manufacturing of concrete products. The community will benefit with habitat by having affordable housing, improved roads network, and drainage systems. But in short, a life without concrete product is a meaningless one. By Sunday and Langer. Thank you everyone for listening to my session. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Tuku. Oh, that is you we are seeing.
Yeah, I'm the one on the ground now.
Okay, thank you for allowing us to see your face.
Yeah.
Members, we are from a session on concrete. We need to give Mr. Buku feedback. Mr. Ongeri, I'm seeing you're back in class. We wanted to give you feedback and you ran away. So we retained it. We'll give you as we progress.
Fail me.
Okay, no problem. Yes. Okay, can we give Mr. Duku feedback kindly? What did you like about the presentation? What should he improve? Madam Mutwa, you want to give your feedback?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm proud of this team.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see they are trainers.
Yes.
They are trainers. They are communicating. And I wanted that's for real. I appreciate that, Madam Jackie. Though I wanted to go at the goal slide. I think it was slide number 3 or so. I was wondering, can we recraft the goals?
Let me retrieve the slide. Let me retrieve the slide.
Okay. And the objectives.
Yes, those two are where we need to assist Mr. Gogi.
But the delivery is good. Knowledge on the topic is excellent. Yeah, I think at that point, yeah, the goal is not, but from the content we can see what he wanted to do, but I think it needs to be crafted.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's your comment? I think the goal is almost like an outcome, or
Yes.
yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll improve on it. Then we will share. I'll
Okay.
share that. Yeah.
Okay.
In the interest of time, you wanted to say something on the objectives.
On the objectives, I think we should start using the tool you gave us.
Yes.
I think it should start with something to do, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
We
So they also need
start
to be crafted a
simple
bit.
and then end with difficult.
Yeah, and if possible, they must be smart.
Yes. Okay.
Or
Good feedback.
measurable.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Thuku, while we are here, let me just comment. Your objectives are too many. You need to kind of crystallize them so that at least you have 4 or 5. You have too many objectives, and that sometimes may mean you have too much content. Not everything that you want to say must be an objective. That's one thing you need to do. And I like that you even almost had I think it is in the next slide when you could talk about now the content. You need to improve on your objectives. For me, I liked your PowerPoint slides were simple. I couldn't imagine I'm reading about concrete in a simplified way. You just made it point form throughout. When things became very difficult for us to think in terms of what they are, then you had those pictures showing the types of concrete. I even like something you call it lintel. For years, I have been hearing people from my village call it rento. So I laughed as you presented, and I like that ultimately we were able to make sense of your presentation. I also liked you are not a slave to reading the PowerPoint. When you see the words, you could explain. And I like that when Madam Mutua gives you a thumbs up, she exactly means that she's now seeing her team is moving to the next level. We want to make sure that the vocational institutes in Laikipia become the benchmark for other counties. So we appreciate when the managers are in this training giving feedback. When we are also building each other, we can also be able to see the areas to improve. For me, I am ecstatic. I'll improve on the goal and then I'll be able to share so that all of us can learn. So all these presentations, when I can be able to do a bit of the improvements, we'll share through email or within the WhatsApp group. So other members who need to give feedback. You know, now your sugar levels are running low. Madam Shere.
Yes, I'm here. Okay, I would like to thank everyone. I'm seeing how people are confident. People are having really good confidence in training. They're giving me that psych, eh? I can see they're really having a very big confidence. They're giving me that at least opportunity and a challenge that I really need. And then I would like to emphasize on the on I don't know if it was Tuko or Mbugwa who was doing the concrete thing about concrete storage. I couldn't get about that. The green, I don't know green what, I've forgotten that part. That on the storage after you're saying over the shade, under the shade and the green, something green what?
Okay, Mr. Duku, we
Yes.
need you to clarify that last point on the storage.
Storage.
Yes.
Okay. Storage is
The
where
second point.
after the green, handle
Yes,
green.
exactly. Yes.
The one in building technology, it usually means a very fresh mix. For example, when we mix sand, ballast, and the cement at a ratio of 1 cement to 2 parts of sand to 4 parts of ballast, then we add water. We mix it either manually or we do it with a concrete machine, mixer machine. When it is very fresh that you can mold it to any shape, that's the time we refer it as green concrete. You can modify green concrete to any desired shape you wish to. Then it start gaining strength as it go the process of curing. So that's the status when it is referred as green, but not green in color.
Thank you for that clarification. Massive, he has explained it well. Okay, members, your silence is very loud. So we want to move to the next. Who is ready? Dorcas, are you in? Let me check from my list who is Dorcas, Mercy. Are you ready? Stanley Mwangi, you've presented? Has Mwangi presented? I have two Stanleys, Joroge and Mwangi. Mercy, you need to present.
Hello, Madam Catherine.
Yes.
Hello?
Your hand is raised. Yes, Stanley Mwangi, you are ready?
I'm ready to present.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I believe I have your presentation.
Yeah, you have it.
Yes, I saved it somewhere.
Yeah.
Is Stanley Mwangi Stanley Jogona?
Yes.
Oh. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes. Bogwa, time him from now. Give him 5 minutes last. When it's 5 minutes to, that's when you alert them. Otherwise, people panic. Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
I'm Stanley Monzi, trainer and automotive engineering in Namiki Vocation Training Center. My training is engine use oil. Target group, you are carrying out for repair experts within Namiki town. Expected outcome, the experts to use the right or the correct grade of oil to enhance effective engine performance. I go straight to the topic, that is engine oil. By the end of the lesson, the learner should be able to, one, define the term oil, two, explain the loss of engine oil in a motor vehicle, three, discuss types of oil and their grades, and four, highlight the differences between the grades of oil. Class, I'll ask Mr. Buku to put his hearts together. Mr. Buku, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you put your hearts together? And,
They are together.
lab each unit one. Mr. Buku?
Okay. Yes. I'm there.
Hello?
I'm doing as instructed.
Okay, class, all of us, let's put our hearts together. Madam Jacqueline. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Juguna.
Hello?
We can hear you, but you need to to speak up. Your volume is low.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Jogona, your volume is low.
Yes, can we move to the next slide, please?
Okay.
Yes.
You need to also speak up your. There we are.
Okay. I'm requesting the class to put their hearts together.
We can't hear.
Okay, can we love each other? Thank you so much.
We can hardly hear what he's saying.
What are the effects of rubbing our hearts together?
We are really struggling to hear him.
Okay. After rubbing our hearts together, there is what we call the friction and generation of heat. So, in that essence, I would like to define the term engine oil. It's a substance that consists of base oil with the various additives into bracket chemicals, particularly anti-wear additives that will reduce friction. In simple terms, I can be able to say oil is a substance capable of reducing friction by making surfaces smooth or slippery. In an engine, if we do not put oil, there will be what we call the friction, and the parts of the engine that rotates will wear out, and hence the performance of the engine will be low. Kindly, let's move forward to the next slide. Loss of engine oil. One of them is lubrication. Lubrication reduces what we call friction and wear. As far as I've said, the moving parts of the engine, they require to be lubricated, and hence we reduce what we call the friction. Number two is cooling. It acts as a cooling agent in the engine. Oil gives 10% of heat dissipation. Within the engine, we have what we call the thermal heat. And if the engine fails to have the oil, in that essence, the engine will heat up. So we have oil acting as a cooling agent. The law number 3, we have cleaning. As oil moves from the sump up to the sealed end, we have these rotating parts. They are being lubricated. As the oil moves down, it removes what we call the metal tips and dust, and hence runs down to the sump. And this one helps in cleaning each and every part. Number 4, role of engine oil is anti-lasting. It prevents what we call the corrosion. You see, the oil within any metal, it covers the metal and hence prevents the moisture and the oxygen. Because the condition for lasting to car, we must have the oxygen and the moisture. So the oil covers, and hence these parts of the engine, the rotating parts, they can't be able to have corrosion. The last role of the engine oil is sealing. And this one, we have a thin film, FILM, of oil that seals the components. And by this, we cannot have leakages. Remember, if an engine have any gap within the parts, the oil can be able to leak, and hence the engine will lose performance. So those are the laws of the engine oil. Up to there, do you have somebody with a question? Yes? Silence means we move forward. Let's move to the next slide, please. Types of engine oil. We have different types of engine oil. One of them is conventional oil. Second one, synthetic oil. Third one, synthetic blades oil. And the fourth one, high mileage oil. I start with the convection oil. It is the standard motor oil. In simple terms, is the commonly used. The next part is that it is manufactured from the crude oil. We know that all the oil products come from the crude, even the petrol. Although petrol is a fuel, although diesel, but diesel acts as a fuel and also oil. The third is additives are added to improve the viscosity. Additives, these are chemicals I highlighted. They are chemicals that improve the grade of the oil. And this is the viscosity is a thickness. One of the advantages of convection oil, it is cheap. In terms of when you are buying, it is very cheap. Number 2, it is very effective. So in simple terms, the convection oil, it is the most common oil that we use in our motor vehicle. Allow me to move to the second kind of oil. This is synthetic oil. It is manufactured in factory or laboratory. This kind of oil, it is more refined. It is more refined. So we have a refined product. And one of the advantages is that it lasts longer periods. When you put in your vehicle, it can last maybe for 6 months. It's not like convection oil, which you must change after 2 months. And one of the disadvantages of synthetic oil, it is more expensive. You know that cheaper oils, okay, cheaper oils like conventional, some of them, the Juakari experts have used it for quite long. But you see now the cheaper, it is also expensive because it cannot be able to be more effective. Then we have synthetic blades oil. The term blade means mixing. It is hybrid. So it is hybrid oil into bracket mixture. So it is manufactured from both synthetic and natural materials. These are natural materials. We have the animals, and also we have what we call the plants. In simple terms, I can be able to say the synthetic blades oil is a combination of the conventional oil and synthetic oil. Allow me to move to the fourth
Anastasia Mwagi, you
high
remain
mileage,
5
okay?
minutes.
5 minutes, okay. High mileage oil. It contains unique additives. The term high mileage, it is very simple to understand. This is used, for example, in safari rally cars, fast cars like Rally Cruiser, and that's why it is very unique. Advantages. One, prevent engine heat from damage. You see, these fast cars, they move very fast, and hence they require the fuel to be protected. Number two, prevent oil evaporation. The fast cars, they run very fast and at very high speed, and the oil temperature goes up. So when we use this kind of oil, it prevents evaporation. That improves overall performance. See, safari rally cars, they are very fast, they are very powerful, and that's why this particular oil is of very much help. Before I conclude, I'd like to also to highlight more about, let's move to the next slide, please. Grades of oil. Grades of oil. Grade means thickness or viscosity of oil. You see, the term thickness, it is able to help us, help the oil flow, its ability of the oil to flow within the engine. The second point is the higher the number, the thicker the oil. The lower the number, the thinner the oil. Each category of oil is defined by its viscosity at a given temperature. For example, examples. One, we have SIE 0W, 5W, 10W, 20W, 25W, etc. These kinds of oil, they are mostly used in winter. The term, the symbols we have, SIE means Society of Automobile Engineers. This is a company that is used to make oil. It's an American company. And where you have the label W, it means that particular oil is used by the vehicles that are used within the winter. The second one, we have SIE 40, 50, 80, 120, etc. These kinds of oils, they are grades of oil. They are used mostly in the summer. And the recommended oils for petrol engines. You see, we have different types of engines, the petrol and the diesel engines, are SIE 40 and SIE 80 respectively. So kindly, I will urge the class each and every moment that you want to use the oil, kindly, and note the type of the engine that you are using, either the petrol or the diesel engine. And then the recommended one, as I have said, SIE 40 and SIE 80 for the diesel engines. And B, thinner oils, these are for petrol engines. Ideally, they flow faster than thicker oils for the diesel engine. Allow me to end at that particular point. Class, is there any question?
Yes. I have a question.
Yes.
How do I know my recommended? Is it written somewhere on the engine or what? How do I know the recommended oil of my engine?
How do you know the recommended?
Oil.
Oil.
Yes.
You know, by having what we call the label within any container of the oil. And this one goes as far what I have discussed the grade of oil. Kindly, if your engine is a petrol, go for any label without a W. That is SIE 40. Any other, please?
Mr. Stanley, what was your training gap?
My training?
Gap. What necessitated the need for this training?
I wanted the expert to use the right, the correct grade of oil to enhance the effectiveness of the engine performance. Because out there,
follow up on that, what was the scope and the topic itself?
Hello?
The topic. I'm asking.
Yes.
What is the topic of the training? Because you just said engine oil. What about it?
The training is more about the engine oil.
And maybe to add on that, what will be who was the target group, Anna Stanley? We really thank you for the presentation. I think I've learned something
The target group
about the SA 40 and 80. But who are the target group for this training, and what are the learning outcomes?
Auto repair mechanic. You are carrying auto repair mechanic within the Miki town.
Okay.
Mr. Jogona, you need to give us what are your outcomes, your learning outcomes.
My expected outcomes, one, is how to use the right and the correct grade of oil to enhance the effectiveness of the engine performance.
Okay.
Yes.
Kemboi, I hope you have been addressed. Madam Mutua, I hope the question you had is being addressed by the objectives. However, maybe what Mr. Jogona can do is improve on the topic, which he can call it enhanced engine performance, so that now he can come in with his issues of engine oil, so that Mr. Jogona, you don't run out of time when you are having very nice objectives like the ones we have. I think what we can just do is improve your topic.
Thank you.
You have done a good job. Team, we need to give him feedback.
Yes, Madam Jacqueline, I request
Yes.
that slide, could you please allow us to have a look at that slide for objectives? So we can start giving him feedback from there.
Okay. Yeah.
The issue of the topic has been said by you. Now, look at the first objective. This objective, Mr. Stanley, I hope you can hear me. Hello. I hope the rest of the class can hear me.
Yes, we are hearing you loud.
Yeah. Since the topic seems to be about engine oil, I think this objective needs to be that specific as well. Define the term engine oil. Because remember, there's also cooking oil out there. So define the term engine oil. That would be more specific. And then when we come down to the third one also, should be discuss types of engine oils. And then the last objective, if we are to conform to the Bloom's taxonomy, we would remove the word highlight and maybe introduce analyze. Yeah, to analyze the difference between the grades of engine oil. That is one. Two, you can look at the contrasting of your slides. The blue background and the font also being in blue, it really doesn't stand out very well. I think you can improve on your background. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate the feedback. Thank you. More feedback, kindly. We are just from an auto mechanic class. What I liked about this this topic, it will cut across not only to the mechanics but also to the vehicle owners. It really was something I was excited to know. Now I already have some knowledge on the recommended oils. What that has been highlighted by Madam Mutua and Dr. Onditi about the topic, what to correct in your objective. However, I found that your objectives were smart. The one that you need to improve is the last one, which you wrote highlight. Put something that you can measure. Maybe you can analyze or something to that. Yes, yeah, and I know that this is your cup of tea. Even if we wake you up at night, you will give us this topic well. So issues to do with the mastery of the content, everybody is doing it very well. In future, what you should do so that people are able to understand those types of engine oil, the conventional, synthetic, put some pictures for us so that we can see. Maybe what we've been using is not what is conventional in terms of recommendation. So for that was something that you could improve on. However, for me, I couldn't believe that I am now aware of what you call the grade. Now I have learned it's about thickness and viscosity. So sometimes when I'm presenting team and I take time, I'm writing notes. I told you I'll be a good student for the last 2 days. So that's when you find you have to call my name because I'm writing. Otherwise, I like your training need. You want the Juakali mechanics to ensure that they use the right oils to enhance engine performance. You have told us your target group are auto repair mechanics in the Juakali. The only things we have highlighted are those ones to improve. As much as your colors are more or less the same, they were still visible. However, we are saying there is room there is room for improvement. So thank you so much for your presentation. I am having 2 presenters left who have Madam Dorcas. Are you in class? And there is someone else, Mercy.
Yes, I'm here.
So Mercy, are you presenting now?
Yes, I'm ready to present. I've sent you, I've seen it through your email.
Just give me 2 minutes. I need to address something that is urgent.
Okay.
Members, just give me.
Ama kasi nikata kidogo alafu nikupe. Kata hata kidogo alafu nipewe. Nataka kukata nywele yangu. Leta nisaidie kidogo alafu nikupe. Usinipe kidogo nikate nywele yangu alafu nikurudishie.
Inaonekana I'm back. Can I access Madam Mercy's presentation? Then Dorcas, you'll be next. Madam Mercy, is that the presentation?
You can see.
Is it visible now? Okay.
Yes.
Proceed.
Okay. Okay, this is Mercy Wanjiru Chere. I'm a trainer in Salama Vocational Training Center. I'm training entrepreneurship and basic computer. So I chose my own field of work for entrepreneurship. And my topic was entrepreneurship management skills. I will start with a quote from Abraham Lincoln. Next slide, madam. He said, give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. Yes, that is it. That means you can have 6 hours. Within the 4 first hours is for planning, and then the rest of the hours is to implementing the plan. That is according to the business plan in entrepreneurship. So we are starting with the introduction to entrepreneurship management. My target group, yes, my target group was both the skilled and unskilled youth. I forgot to write on the training gap. The training gap is we are having the youths that are having businesses, but they don't have the management skills to use in order to have a very clear business goals, and also to improve on their businesses. So my objectives was by the end of the session, the trainer should be able to define the entrepreneurship and who is an entrepreneur, and also to explain entrepreneurship management skills, and to know strategies or goals of successful management skills. Next slide, ma'am. So entrepreneurship, basically, this is the act of starting and running a business with an aim of making a profit. And then entrepreneur, this is the individual or the person who starts and owns the business and also runs the business with an aim of making the same profit. So we have examples of entrepreneurial skills. We have teamwork and leadership skills. We have customer service skills. We have critical thinking. We have communication and listening. And the last one is business management. So those are the examples of entrepreneurship skills. Next slide. So entrepreneurship, examples of entrepreneurship skills, those are the examples of the entrepreneurship skills. And also we have in addition to that, we had the inner discipline, ability to take risk. You should be innovative and also change oriented. And then we had skills for a successful entrepreneur. The first one was technical skills. With technical skills, that means you have the operation specific to an industry, maybe a certain industry that you are working with, you can have the operation skills. We have the communication skills and the research and development skills. And the main point that you are working on is the management skills. Under the management skill that you are having, you can have the planning. Planning involves proper utilization of managerial skills and formulation of effective business plan. And then the next one is rational decision making. So this means that entrepreneurs cannot succeed without nurturing their ability to make decisions. And then we have finance. Finance necessary to review books and financial statements to ensure that they are always aware of this business. Next slide, madam. Yes, the next we have the goals of entrepreneurship management skills. So the goals of an entrepreneur management skills, one is develop a business plan. That means your business mission statements, the product and services you offer, and also the business and employee information. Then next we have achieve financial stability. you should be able to achieve financial stability in that major milestone, which takes many hours of preparation and work in order to create that first product. It's always the first product that brings revenue, and always they say the first impression always counts. So your first product will evaluate will evaluate your financial stability. The next we have work with ideal clients. Working with ideal clients means your work will be more enjoyable and rewarding. That means they will always work effectively and also promote the improvement of your company. Then next one is connect with like-minded individuals. This means that you'll work with the individuals that also have the same focus or the same goals that you are always thinking about your job. And then the next one, you need to create online presentation. Create online presentations means that you will create wider audience through social media activity. That is maybe the social media activity, we can say through maybe Facebook, Instagram, and also with your WhatsApp. It depends with the kind of product and services that you are offering. And also the online presentation allows you to reach more people. You can also have your websites and also contacts so that the individual can be able to reach you. And then next is you need to delegate effectively. Delegating effectively is a key task and responsibility. Entrepreneur can improve the efficiency of their business. That means that you will always delegate people according to, let's say, the level of, like, for example, we start with the manager part. You'll always put that person who will be the face of your company, or rather the CEO should be the face of the company, so that when you are delegating a responsibility or a role, they'll be able to sell the company well. And then next is you hire the right people. Hiring the right people. Many entrepreneurs have the goal of growing to the point where they need to hire additional help. If you are setting goals for your new business, consider making one of them, hiring the right people who can bring their own positive attributes to the business. So you cannot only hire people because maybe this is my relative, this is my friend, this is someone who was directed to me. You'll go according to what their qualification and skills to a particular job. And then job or position. Next, we have establish a brand identity. A brand identity is visible elements of your business that provides a specific feeling or impression in an audience mind. It allows the business to differentiate itself from other business. We have business, you can have the same business, you're working on the same business, but what can differentiate you from the other business? It's that brand, or rather maybe the way you are packaging and the packaging and branding of your product, like the way we talked about milk. We have many milk dairy, we have many milk companies. These are the dairy companies. We can say maybe, let's say like KCC, Brookside. We have a lot of milk companies. So there is always that branding, that logo, let's say like a logo that can differentiate us even from the institutions. Let's say like vocational training centers. We have different vocational training center, but each center has its different branding, or rather we can say they're using different mission statements of values, or they have something that can differentiate them from the rest. Yes, next slide, madam. Okay. And then the interaction techniques that
Madam Marcel, remaining with 5 minutes.
Okay, let me rush myself. Okay, interaction techniques that are used in that was form fill. Form fill, the user provides data in label field clustered on one or more skills simplify it. It generally simplifies data entry. Maybe you want to put the entry of those entrepreneurs, or maybe the youth who wants to be entrepreneurs. You have a form, maybe they want to fill in for provision of maybe funds to continue with business, yes, like that. And then we have menu selection. Menu selection is a computer display, a list of items from which the user selects. That the advantage is accurate recognition as recall. The next one, we have direct manipulation. Direct manipulation supports interaction with visible object of interest. That is via physical, reversible, that receive immediate feedbacks. E.g., when you are having your phone, the way you can use your hands to zoom in and zoom out, or rather when you're driving in a computer, you're driving a file from a folder. So that is called direct manipulation. Then we have command line. It's designed to help you build a precise search using operators to combine different fields that target your search terms. Next slide, madam. Yes, then finally we have the learning outcome. Learning outcome was the apply entrepreneurship skill and management knowledge in emerging trends. The second one was apply basic management and governance concepts in practice. And then the third one was identify, select and implement new entrepreneurial opportunities. And then finally, it is implement fundamental credit managers concepts in practice. And then we have the parting shot. The parting shot that I had was, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. Thank you. Any questions? I welcome any questions, comments.
Mercy.
Yes.
Thank you for the good presentation. I just have one question.
Yes.
Is innovation and creativity one of the skills needed for entrepreneurship management?
Yes, innovation, pardon?
Is
Innovation and creativity.
Yes.
Yes. It is, in fact, it's the most important, in that when you are creative, there's always many people who are selling that product, or rather that service you're offering. So there is always a creativity that you need to, at least to make you unique and to make you attractive more than the rest. And also innovative, you need to be innovative in that, in terms of, maybe we can say with technological innovations. Yes.
Noted.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Hello, madam.
Okay, thank you for the good presentation. It's a good topic. I was wondering, from your parting shot, you say that, can you go back to that parting shot?
We are what we repeatedly do. Exit then is not an act, but a habit.
So if you continue being a business person, does it make you an entrepreneurship? Like you are there, being a shopkeeper, you become an entrepreneur.
You can become a shopkeeper, but there's always an excellence in that, being a shopkeeper.
But you are not an entrepreneur. Or what is the difference between a business person and an entrepreneur?
An entrepreneur is that person who is innovative and creative in what he or she is doing. While a business person can be just a person who is carrying out business, but he doesn't have the entrepreneurship skills to do that business.
Okay, an entrepreneur is able to spot opportunities.
Yes.
And can a business person, or can we have an impetus to entrepreneurship? For example,
Pardon?
business, do you have I think at the end of the day,
Yes.
you have an impetus to entrepreneurship, or you are pushed to be an entrepreneur by situations.
At a you can be an inbuilt entrepreneur that you started from the beginning, and at a point you can also be pushed to be an entrepreneur, maybe because of your business can fail or your company can fail. But because of that, it does not mean that when the business has taken you down, you'll always be pulled down. So that's the rising and falling. The rising and falling and rise again. That means you have gained an entrepreneurship skills that you didn't have.
So you can be made an entrepreneur. You don't necessarily have to be born one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, madam.
But the slides, some of the slides were so congested.
Yeah, I know. True. True. You know, I did it again. I've just done it again today morning, because the person who did for me went off all of a sudden. So I had to do it again in a rush moment. Sorry about that.
I like the moment of kind of accepting what happened. Other team members, more feedback. We only have one more presenter, then we call it simulation done.
Okay, my
Daktari?
feedback, I might be allowed to go first. Like Madam has just said, your font size, and it's good you have admitted that you did the slides yourself. The font size was too small.
Yes.
And everything was actually bolded. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yes.
Everything is in bold. I think maybe you could bold the headings or the important things that you want to stand out. And then let us, Madam Jacqueline, could you take us to the slide of the objectives? Yes. Now, if we look at your third objective,
yes,
the word know. You want to know strategies or goals of successful management skills. The word know does not conform to the Bloom's taxonomy.
True.
We might need to reformulate that. Maybe you can use another term like analyze.
Yes, or evaluate strategies.
Yes.
Okay.
But you have a very strong voice for communicating. Keep that
Thank
up.
you so much.
We need to give Madam Mercy, you know, she's the one who's been the spiritual leader. We need to give her sufficient feedback. Madam Mercy, you had a very interesting topic. I even liked that you told us that your target group were the skilled and unskilled youth. Yet within your presentation, there is nowhere you mention them in the issues to do with entrepreneurship management skills or why it's important to them. I like now that I've gone back to your objectives. There is where you say you define the entrepreneurship and entrepreneur. Your presentation didn't define who an entrepreneur is. And even as Madam Mutua was asking certain questions, it's because your definition of entrepreneurship was just one line. I think entrepreneurship is big. I hear my colleagues who've done it as a whole course tell me there is even an intrapreneur. So those things should come out clearly. Because when you came now to defining management skills, one of the things you even forgot to define or to even explain is what management is. And then you gave us the skills, and I think they are just too few in terms of planning, decision making, and finance. I think management is wider than the 3 bullets, so that now you tie the management to the entrepreneurial, so that now we relate to why do we need these skills. And one thing I really liked in one of your outcomes, you talked about something to do with emerging trends. Yet you didn't tie anything to do with emerging trends. Yet you told us you need to be innovative. And you also need to know, since your target is youth, you must skew your content to the uniqueness of youth. So they have to see their role. Otherwise, the way it is, it's like you are talking to us managers. It's not, it didn't have a youthful outlook. And I think that's the thing you need to do. I'm sure you, when you went to the slide on goals, you found it was so crowded. I'm sure many people are like, hey, this is too much, and it's around lunchtime. And another thing I found is that same slide, the fonts of your heading and the body were the same. They need to be different. So that is something. And it is good when these people who do presentations for us go underground. Now is when you know making a PowerPoint presentation is not a walk in the park. So when you see Luke Bogwa do his with red and green colors, know that guy was struggling. And that's the reason we are here, so that we improve. Hey, Mercy, I thought you said ICT, you are an ICT facilitator. Why did you let somebody do the thing for you? I thought you train in ICT.
But I'm in a position that I couldn't access a laptop. I'm at home.
Mercy, that doesn't pass. You know, even if I'm your student, I tell you, I also left my homework at another house. Will I pass? You need to be innovative. You yourself have said that in the presentation, and you said entrepreneurship is your area. So I'm challenging you. Otherwise, good job, mastery of the area. One of the things that I found that was also misplaced were those interactive techniques. I didn't see how they were tying into entrepreneurship. I think you needed to say something. That feeling of the form, the command lines, you needed to either bring in something that ties then to the topic. For me, at that point, I wondered, am I now in an ICT class? Yet there was very good content. So keep improving. I know you are at home and somebody is disturbing you, and I can hear their voice. So say hi to them. Tell them Mwalimu is seeing them.
Yes.
Okay, so you can switch off your mic and your camera. Finally, can we have Dorcas?
Yes, madam.
Oh, you are ready.
Yes, kindly help me to share the screen.
Yeah, shortly.
Okay.
Madam Dorcas, is that the presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
So my presentation is about tendering, and I picked this topic because in our day-to-day life, most of the time, we keep on telling the public, the youths, and people to be self-employed to apply for tenders and perhaps do their own businesses. But very little is being said about how can people go about acquiring these businesses. How can people be able to transact businesses in a more official and legalized manner? So I picked on the topic tendering so that my target group is the people who are interested to participate in public tendering, and they are also interested in doing their own businesses. So I would be helping them to understand the procedure they are supposed to do, or the procedure they're supposed to go through so that they can acquire some of these tenders, the tenders that we hear. For example, in the Public Procurement Act, we have a group that is called the reserved group. In the recent past, I participated in one of the evaluation of tenders, and I noticed that we had a group on reserved groups, but then no one actually applied for that particular tender. So one question that came into my mind is, why would people fail to apply for a tender that actually falls in their category? Because the reserved group falls under the category of youth, women, and people living with disabilities. So on my inquiry, I realized that most people do not have knowledge on how they can go about some of these procedures. Next slide. So the objectives, it is to define tendering and bid, discuss eligibility to tender, then discuss the tendering process, then discuss some of the types of tenders. Next. So tendering is actually a process by which a client or employer invites contractors or business people to place their bid so that they can be able to be qualified to work on a project. An example of a project, it can be a construction project, it can be work to supply equipment. So depending on whatever it is that the client has decided, it will fall under that category. And then most people confuse between tendering and a bid. So just to separate the two so that those who are interested can get a clear picture. A bid is a formal proposal to deliver goods or services at a specified price, as well as describing that the contract requirement will be met. So it simply means that whatever a contractor or a business person will be submitting or will be giving to the client in terms of making an application, that document, that component is what now we call bid. Next slide. Basic requirements